Well, hello there. Alright, sorry. I'm not prepared for this stream. I took too long trying to get the right image to use for the thumbnail. The problem I tell you, is that I enjoy too much making these images on the AI systems. And so, here we go. All right. This was a very last minute stream, as they sometimes are because of, the work day and all that stuff. So welcome to the stream, Magic Monsters. I'm glad you're here. If, by any chance, you saw yesterday's epic 5-hour stream, you saw what we were doing, and I wanted to give a quick update to show where we are at now, after dealing with some one bug that I fixed in the game modules, which was nice. We now have the ability to change our character race, character class, and as you can see, everything's being updated automatically, and so all the different stats, etc., for each combination are automatically being updated. When we change characters, you got that. You can change the character portrait. I gotta hook up some more portraits because the dwarf only has 2. I just imported more, so let's just do that now while we're thinking about it. So I'm just gonna select all of these. Oh, we didn't do any new humans. The humans already had a ton. It was the rest that I needed to bring in. Oh, these were actually, yeah, I think. Oh man, come on. Can I not change the ones that are already in use? I don't know what's going on. Why can't I change those? Oh, I had more selected up here. So apparently I can only change the ones that are already that are not already changed. That's annoying. Luckily, these little handy-dandy arrows give me an indication as to what's already been changed. All right. Oh, yeah, it is coming along. It is coming along. You know, I gotta say, the AI art, it's a game changer, as somebody said in the Discord about using ChatGPT for dialogue, temporary dialogue and stuff. It's a game changer. The reality is, I could have made this demo scene with just primitives, but it's more fun to have good-looking art, even if we all know it's made by an AI and blah, 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 all that stuff. It makes sense for prototyping just to get something good. I mean, hell, even this was made by the AI. The border was made by the AI. I added stuff. I photoshopped it, and I added stuff, and I added the inner sort of shadow on the edges and all that, but and I combined this border from another thing. Actually, I made that border in Photoshop, so it's a combination of various things, but that's what the AI is. It's all about making people efficient and making them have more opportunity than they ever did before. So let us quickly put in our images into the dictionaries here. We have a couple in the male and a couple in the female. The non-gendered portraits combine the two. So if you don't want to choose a gender, you can choose whatever portrait you want and you'll just have no gender. That's simple enough. And so let's add in these. The ones with the arrows are already added. That is just a quirk of the system oh, what just happened? That was weird. All right. So we're just going to add these here. I did notice, since there are only a couple portraits for each character race, I did notice that in some cases, 2 characters have the same image, and I was thinking, well, that's obviously something you could clean up in code just to make sure that as each one's created, the character portrait is not selected as the same one that another one already has, and perhaps you could remove from the list of potential portraits any portrait that is in use by somebody else, another player character, I suppose, but I don't know. I'm certainly not going to account for that today, but maybe in the future. And I think if there's fewer of these portraits than there are of the dwarf portraits, and I think if you have a dwarf portrait that's higher in the index and you come back to this, it checks the index first, so that you don't get a situation where suddenly you're pulling, out of range of the second list. And that's nice. All right, last ones for this. We already have the human one, so we just need to put in the new half-orc ones, because there's only 2 in each of these to give a little bit more variety in the portrait options, which for many people is probably one of the most fun parts of these games, when you get to design your own character, and in this case your own party of characters, and choose what they look like, and perhaps even what they sound like, and their disposition of whether they're happy or angry or aggressive or somber or whatever the options are that the super smart game developers put in play. All right. So now when we press play, we should have more options for all of our things. So now we've got more dwarf female options, more dwarf male options. Similar, let's change to half orc. And if we go to the non-gendered, then you'll cycle through all of the images from both of the lists, and the elf similar. There we go. Lots more options now for creating your party there. So next step is to get these buttons working. And I'm getting a text message from my friend. And my friend's very nice. She's offering to give me furniture. I'm trying to buy a house, but the house I found is an amazing investment, but it's also kind of out of my price range. So I'm suddenly in a position where I'm like, wait a minute, if I buy this house, there's no doubt I should buy it because I need a place to live. I don't really have a place to live right now. And it's a good investment, and that's the key, because I ain't rich, and so if I end up buying this house, I will have zero money in my bank account afterwards. Literally zero, except for whatever I make from my paychecks between now and then. So not that much. Anyways, let's hook up these buttons. So these buttons are going to add stat points to these stats and take away from this bonus points pool. There's going to be some rules. You can only take 2 away. You can only put, I don't know, however many above. The default it starts is at 11. So let us have a salad. Let's figure that out. So we need bonus points and that, and I think, if I remember what I was doing last night, the creation manager, which I'm gonna have to change into the actual just character manager, bonus points. I think I'm just gonna keep track of this in a different way. We don't need that information to live outside of this scene, so I'm not gonna put it on that object itself. Instead, we're going to put a let's just make a new object, and we'll make this creation scene data, and this is going to right now just store that value. Is the only thing it will store. So let's go to our scripts in here and create another script called creation scene data. And if you're familiar with what I've done to these scripts prior, you know I'm going to make this something that all the scripts can just access via a static using statement. Is that the right term? Using statement? I think it is. I know. Well, Shadow Soul Studio, I think one of the things I'm most excited for the future is some system that allows you to take a 2D image and realistically make a quality 3D avatar out of it, either just by transferring the face and kind of messing around with it, or actually doing a whole new model. That would be pretty neat. Hello, Joel. How are you? All right, so we are over here, and over here we are going to do namespace.infinity.modules.demo, and then move this up, and we gotta make this a system.serializable, and then we don't need that, but what we do need is a public int bonus points, and this is gonna be 45. Is 45 the right points? Maybe. Let's just say it is. And then I'm going to steal some code from over here because I always forget. I should probably just type this out. Okay, public static creation manager, creation manager. So we're going to do a public static creation scene data, creation scene data with the lowercase c because otherwise you get an error. And then we need to do this awake method. And the awake, we're going to check for it. And if we don't have it, we're going to assign it to this. Otherwise, we're going to destroy the game object. So private void awake. And we're going to say if no creation scene data, then creation scene data equals this. Otherwise, if creation scene data is not this, then destroy this. Because there can only be one in the scene. Now, we know there's only one in the scene for this, but good practice anyways. It is very hard to get specific looks out of Midjourney at the moment. It's you can get kind of where you might want to go, but it's always gonna, the end result's hard. So one day you'll just be able to tell ChatGPT, hey, see this image? I need to make 30 more of this, but of various things, and it's got to be the same character, and then they'll just do it. It's going to be amazing. And maybe that's in like 8 years or something. ChatGPT 15. All right, so bonus points, and then we just need a method to add and remove bonus points. So public void, we'll probably do add points and int value, and then we're just going to say bonus points plus equals value. That should do the trick. And we should also say, actually, we might need, no, we're going to have to expand this out, because when we add points, we're actually doing something else. We're actually adding points to the character. So this is going to be using static creation manager. Infinity PBR modules.demo.creation manager, and what we really want to do is say, okay, the active player, so creation manager active player, and well, we need to know also what stat they are getting. So what we need to do is do this. We'll do public void plus button, and we're gonna throw in the string UID of the stat, and we're gonna do a similar one called public void minus button. And I'm cognizant that the UI event or buttons event system, like on-click event system, can take one parameter. And so we're doing the string, and then what we're going to do in each of these is we will say, let's just cache the value of that UID. No, we don't need to do that. We can say, we'll add to here string UID. So we can just pass in here, say add points 1 UID. And then on this one, we'll do -1 UID. So that's going to guess the UID and whether we have 1 or -1. And then the main method here will do all the heavy lifting. So let's first var stat. Well, actually, we don't even need that. We know the UID, so we're going to say active player dot stats dot add. Nope, not add. So get UID, and then dot add points and value, and that's that. Except we want to check that first. So we need to make sure that we don't go above or below a certain amount. So we're going to expose that value up here. So public int min points equals 7, or starts at 11. So we're going to say 9, and public int max points is going to be starts at 11. We'll say 18. So you can kind of buff them out if you really want, I suppose. Now this can also be adjusted later if we so choose. So what we really want to do now is say var stat value equals, or we'll just say stat var stat game stat keep it explicit. Game stat equals, and that's this. We're going to get that game stat here. And then if var game stat, we'll say var, my mic's, every once in a while my microphone just goes up on its own. It also has a lot of spring sounds. I just ordered a new one on the suggestion of Dave and Jason, and that should be here tomorrow, and that has no springs, so that should be hopefully save your ears and all that stuff. All right, so final stat is going to be, actually we know not final stat, we should just points. It's points. So points equals game stat dot points, and what we then need to know is if points plus value is less than min points, or if points plus value is greater than max points, then return, i.e. do nothing. But what we want to do is say new points. So we're going to do points plus value here and avoid doing it twice down here, because if we do that, we can say set points to points. And then here, instead of this, we'll just say game stat points. All right. So we're returning if we do not have, if we are above or below. If we're not between the two, we will return and do nothing. Otherwise, we will add the points. And when we add the points, we will also say bonus points plus equals value. And then we will need to update the text, and we will do that on a script on that itself, so that everything, what's the hey Jason Storey, I only said it once though. You gotta get it straight. It's 3 times in a row to invoke Jason Storey. You don't have to say it in front of a mirror, but you do have to say it 3 times to properly invoke Jason Storey. Everybody knows that. So I think what was a single responsibility principle is that everything should be responsible for one thing, etc. So in that regards, the buttons themselves are going to be responsible for themselves, and they're going to know how many points they are here, and the text is going to say how many points up here as well. So this should be good for now, but one more check. If bonus points is less than 0, then we can't do anything. So if bonus points plus value is less than 0, then return, right? So if we pass in 1 and it's at 0, then interesting. So I just realized math not being only 30% correct. So we're going to add points 1, and that's going to subtract here. So we actually need to subtract the value from here, or we can say add negative value. I once was told by my brother, who's a programmer and has been doing so for a very long time, that generally speaking, you should always add, and instead add a negative value rather than subtract a value. I don't know if that's true. I've never heard that since, but he went to school and stuff, so maybe he knows a thing or two. Either way, we're going to add a negative value of that, because bonus points is going to go inversely to the rest of the points. So if we add 1, that means we're subtracting 1. So if bonus points plus negative value, so plus -1, is less than 0, then we'll return. Otherwise, we can continue doing the thing we're doing, and then bonus points is going to be plus negative value. Okay, plus equals negative value. All right, and now that should be okay until we find the bug. And the next thing is going to be this bonus points thing. We just want it to read out what it's going to say. So we're going to say creation, bonus point readout. And, I can probably bucket these better. So we're going to create a new folder called, that's going to change everything. Creation scene. I'll do that later because it's going to make everything disappear in Writer if I do that now. So I'm going to copy bonus points readout. Whoops, I pasted too much. Okay. System dot serializable. Nope, serializable. And we need to say, for this one we're just going to use an update because screw it. It's just a simple thing, and that's not going to be an issue. So we're going to say if we're going to actually call creation scene data, and we need a text. So public text and UI text, and from that we're going to say if text.text does not equal creation scene data dot bonus points, then how about this? We'll say if it is equal to bonus points dot toString, then return. Otherwise, we're going to say text.text equals creation scene data dot bonus points, and that will make it a string. That's all this shiznit will do. And we will attach this to that UI bit. Let's see. There's a hierarchy of cost for math operators. Addition is cheaper in binary. Subtraction does a 2s complement first. Multiply, divide are even more expensive. Terms of cost, cheaper to more expensive. That makes sense. Though to what degree we are talking about is fun to know. We were talking about the same level as taking a scarf off to make yourself lighter so you walk faster. Well, it sounds like, it really depends on how big the scarf is and whether it's made of metal or not. All right, good to know. I think it's easier just to do what you mean, say what you mean, etc. But I guess I could see an argument the other way too. I just don't know if I'd agree with it. So we are looking for this value. So let's just click right into it. Bonus point title points. We'll put it here. Bonus points read out. And we could just assign this in code, but instead I'm just going to do that and save it off. And that should now do the trick. Now these buttons have to do something. So that's the plus and minus button. And we are going to add a new script for these. And this script is going to be, we'll start by adding it here. C# script. We're going to be a stat button. Stat button. And we will do a couple things. We'll say namespace.infinity modules.demo, and we will also copy paste and mess up everything, and then we will undo because we messed up everything, and now I don't know what's going on. There we go. All right, then we will say system.serializable, and then finally we will say public var stat. No, public stat, public stat, and then we will say public button plus and then public void button minus and button void public void. Okay, so we also need a connection to the creation scene data. So using static infinity PBR.modules.demo.creation scene data, and then we are going to say creation scene data dot what was it? Add points? Nope. Plus button, and pass in the stat.uid. Whoops, UID. And that is all we have to do there. And then this one just has to do the minus button. And these will be called from the buttons on their on-click event. And that should do that. Hopefully. And that makes sense. There's a lot of things where like, okay, best practice, don't use the update loop if you don't have to. But in this scene, that's fine. One thing doesn't matter. A bunch of things doesn't matter. So, but I can understand in a big MMORPG where you've got thousands of things going on at once, maybe the update loop does matter. Makes sense. And I also understand the idea of, don't necessarily fix it if you don't know if it's a problem, especially if it's going to take a lot of time to fix it. Unless that's just your thing and you enjoy doing it, it's your hobby, then go for it. All right, so these buttons are going to be both getting this new script, and it's going to be called stat button, and they will get the stat of choice. Where do they get the stat of choice? This has a stat, right? Somewhere there's a stat, somewhere. One of these has a stat, yes. So I'll just kind of, I guess, pull these over. Just easy enough that way. And we'll do the rest to the others, and then the buttons themselves have to be hooked up. So the minus is going to get the minus, and button, stat button, button minus, plus is getting the same button, or the same, this button, and same script rather, but button plus. And then we'll override the prefab. And then for the rest of these mothers, we will add in the proper stat. Second one, I just know what it is. It's stamina. And the third one is, I think, what is it, personality? Yes, personality. It's occult. And next, wisdom. And then I believe accuracy. Yes, accuracy. Oh, what just happened? Oh, I'm looking at the wrong thing. I was looking up here and I'm meant to be looking down there. Accuracy. And then speed and then luck. All right. Now, let's just see what happens. Oh, well, that's cool. It seems to work. Can't go down below that. So we got 11. So this one's not modified, so we can kind of see. We can go to 9. We can go up to 18. We can go up to 18. Ah, that's nice. That's very nice. All right, what happens if we just plus a whole bunch and get down to 0 points? You can see also how the magic points changed as we went up. All right, let me do a different character. We can't go there, but we can go down, and then we can go up here. Nice. All right, so I want to do another thing, though. I want this to be green or red, or slightly green or red if it's higher or lower than the 11, or the 11 points rather. So to do that, we're going to look at our stat row, stat value. This is a fancy script that will work there, and so we have our creation manager. We're basically going to change the color. So we need two colors. So public color, up color, and or above default, and public color below default. And we'll start these off as just color red and color green, but I think we want more subdued colors than the bright color green and color red, but we'll start those. Default is just white. Excuse me. And then we will do, let's see, when we update the text, we're adding the text. And so we receive the change, we update the text. So it's going to be in the update text. We can update the color. So we do the value and then update color and string, or just say, wait a minute. Is this the right one? Stat value. Update text. Why is value? Where do we do this? Oh, I see. Because we did it right there. All right, so we're going to do value, and so update color, and we're going to say int value. Just cast it back. No big deal. Is that not going to work? Okay, how about this? We'll do it the other way around. We'll just pass in an int, or float rather. Maybe that's why it was an issue, because of that. And then we're going to say text equals value. And then we'll pass the float in there, and we'll make this a float. A float. And then we will say if var color equals color.white, and if float is greater than 11, then oh, not float, value. If value is greater than 11, then we will say color equals color, or above color, right? Above default. And then if value is less than 11, or yeah, less than 11, color equals below default. And then we will let Rider fix this up for us. Let's see what happens. Yep, that makes sense. All right, so this is saying color, var color equals value switch, and then we can then say text.color equals that. So we're just saying the color, if it's above that, then that, if it's below that, otherwise white. Perfect. I like this one better than what I wrote. So thank you, Ryder, for that. I think that will just work. All right. But we do need to adjust the colors. So we probably, I don't think, let's look at the color right now. Let's just see. If we go full on green, it's a little bit too much. So I think we want it to be, yeah, maybe like this. So we'll set that to this color. And then for the red, probably, yeah, about there. That seems decent enough to me. And then we'll start off at white and override prefab and press play. So they should all be white at the start. Oh, it's the final value. Okay. Well, I guess that's okay, but I really want this to be like, oh no, you haven't deleted this, you haven't removed it from default yet. So what I think I need to do is change this up slightly, because we just need the points as well. So var points equals this points and that final stat. So we're going to do the final stat and then points, and we'll just add another int up here. Update text int points. And you know what? Instead, actually, let's change this a little bit. We're not going to do that. We're going to let the text do the text, and we're going to let the color do the color, and we're going to call this to the color. There we go. We'll do update color and to the points, and now the points is going to be checked instead of the color, and we should be all good to go there. And I can move this back like that, and that should be all fine and dandy. Which UI? You mean this scene UI with the stuff from? Oh, well, this is not what was meant to happen. I suppose I didn't realize that this was using the same code. Since 2 days ago or yesterday or something. That's when. Because I'm making V4 and now AI art is easy to do, and so I was like, well, let me use AI art. And so it doesn't look like pants, if that's what you're asking about. So we need to be able to turn these out. These two have the same code on them, essentially. Let's see what they actually have on them. Hit points has the same creation stat value. So I think what we can actually do, we can just turn these all to white, so it's just always white, and then it doesn't matter. It's still running the code, but it's just keeping it white, and it's not something we have to worry about for optimization purposes. So there you go. So now when you got stamina, you can see how that affects hit points. And you can see how, for this is an archer, how wisdom will affect magic points. So now you can min-max your character at the creation scene and do all that nice stuff. So fun shit. Fun shit indeed. Alright, and these all update properly, and you can go back and forth, and it's amazing, and it's magic. Alright, so the next step is to make these turn gray when you can't press them anymore. And so we have on these, they know what stat they are, and so they can just call the and get the data they need directly, and they should end up looking gray, the color. So if we put the color at 128 by 128 or ish, then that's what they'll end up looking like. So that's good. Let's do that real quick. It should be a quick add. It's gonna be a stat button, and we'll just do this on update. So private void update, and we will say var points equals well, I guess we have to get data. We have to get the creation manager. So creation manager active player stats get stat.uid points. So that's the points. If points is equals 7, or points equals, what was it, max 18? But I think we said that in the scene data. So actually we should check that and say creation scene data dot min points and max points. So actually we'll do it the other way. If points does not equal creation scene min points, and points does not equal creation scene max points, then return. Ugh. I guess it's easier to do equals than not equals. So there we go. So we'll do that. All right. And we're actually going to do this slightly different. We're going to say we need the button. So public button, and this is going to be, it's actually an image, but that's okay. Image, and private void awake. This one, because I remembered to, I'm gonna call an update. Image equals get component image, and that's that because it's on the same object. So we'll say image.color equals one of those are true, then color.gray. Otherwise color.white, and fix the typo, gray. Alright, and why is this doing this? What is it giving us a helpful hint? Fix floating point comparison. I don't think we're going to really have an issue there, but let's do it anyways. 0.001, and we'll do the same here, just for shits and giggles. Any idea how often the floating point error occurs when you're comparing floats? And the other option, since that's messy and I actually don't like doing that, we could say if it's less than or equal to, or greater than or equal to, but that still doesn't solve the problem, because if it's slightly greater, yeah, that doesn't actually solve the problem. So let's fix that. 0.01. This time I changed it. Oops, not that. All right. So if it's one of those two things, and I guess we can move the parentheses, if it's one of those two things, then we will turn it gray. Otherwise, we will turn it white. Just to give a nice visual cue that Oh. Oops. One mistake. Public. Yeah, so this is what we'll do. We'll do public int value limit. And what we'll do here is say, instead of this, we're going to say if points, or if int points equals value limit, then we'll do gray. And now we'll separate out the 7s and the 9s, because of course there's 2 buttons, and the other button can still be pressed. And so we'll just do minus, we'll have a value limit of 7, and this will have a, well, let's be a little smarter here, because we did save the 7 and the 18 on the other script, and we don't want to have to worry about hard coding that. So instead, we'll say this is going to be a private int value limit, and we will do a private bool, and we'll say, or public bool, and we'll say is plus, I guess, and we'll set that to be true. Min or max, we'll say equals max, equals true, is max, is plus. There we go. That's why I'm all over the place. So we're going to say if points equals is plus, and then creation manager dot max, no, or scene data dot max data, or creation scene data dot min points. Okay. There we go. And then we don't need this value limit. All right, so if it's plus, then we'll look for the max. Otherwise, we're going to look for the minimum. And if it's equal to that, then we do a thing. All right, that's better. So that should work a little bit decently. And then we don't need to worry about what the values actually are, but we do need to turn off this for minus and then set the overrides. And then press play and see if it's magically delicious. Yes, it is. Seemingly so. Yep. All right. So now you get a little bit of a feedback when you get to that point. And there you go. So you can maximize your characters as much as you want. How amazing. And then you can still do this and see how the values change. And of course the points are the points the way they are, so that's not changing, but the result of those points based on these other things does change. And this changes nothing about your rates there. Okay, so now we need to do skill selections. Oh, and also name. We need to be able to choose the name at some point. I don't remember exactly how to do that. I remember not enjoying the process of doing it, but it is what it is, and we want people to choose their own names. That seems fun. So let's do the skill part here. So the idea of the skills, we've got all the skills down in the valley so low. Down here we got weapon skills and magic skills and all this stuff, and some of these characters can learn these skills. So what we want to do is offer the player the opportunity to choose, I don't know, 3 or 4 skills or whatever from a list of skills based on the character race and the character class that they have selected. And then that's going to be their starting skills for the game. Uh-oh. There's no feedback on hover. Oh. Feedback on hover, you say, huh? Things that make me go, Jason's feedback makes me go, Let's see. Well, we could probably do a thing Excuse me, I didn't hit my mute button fast enough. There's also the rule of expectation. What is this? When it comes to affordance, buttons afford pressing. They feel pressable. Text does not. What are you saying? You don't like my text buttons? Players will be inherently confused. Oh my gosh. Jason Storey, do you know why I didn't have buttons for those? It's because I didn't find one on Midjourney. I didn't find one on Midjourney that I liked, so I just said I'll go with text instead. We can add buttons to them. We can add a button. What is the button here? The button here is on the mask. There's no hover on this, is there? Yeah, there's no color there because it's a mask. Let me think real quick. Creation button, portrait masked. That's apparent there. Text is... I guess these are automatically generated. Let's see. If it's even needed. It's probably not even needed. Well, I think... Oh, highlight is hover? Well, let me see. Let's see. Let's see something real quick. Right now, the button for the portrait, we can start with that, is on the character here. And so if we move this, copy the component onto the border, because I think the border would be a swell thing to have change. Post component is new. And then remove it. This is the fourth player here, so we're just going to see if it still works. Oh, it still works. All right, so that's good. All right, so let me do that on the first one. I should have done it on the first one, not the fourth one. We'll just try that. And then, oh, nope, undo. Okay. Should have done it on the first one from the beginning. Copy and paste it on the border. Turn that off. Remove component, and then alright, let's just confirm that I didn't break everything. And it looks like I did. Or it's just... Oh, now it needs the border to be clicked. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Well, now I've just broken everything. I got an error here, it looks like. Why do I have errors all of a sudden? I don't know why I have errors all of a sudden. Are these related? No, these are unrelated. So we're going to say if creation manager to active, oops, not creation manager to active player equals null, then we'll return. I think that's unrelated to the changes I've been making. Okay, if active all right, hold on. Let me press stop here. And I double pressed. All right. It's because active player is itself calling players active player. So if active player index is what I'm really looking for. Active player dot index is less than 0, then we'll return and see if that solves the issue. Okay, well, it didn't solve this issue. I still broke everything. Why did I break everything? It was on the mask and it was working. I should have updated the prefab because this doesn't do anything because it's already selected. All right, we're going to go back, apply all. Well, I screwed it all up. Can still click these to get over there, or oh, not that. Okay. Well, what did I do? It was just a simple thing, right? I also added a button to something, didn't I? Oh, there's no button on the image on the border, so that was part of it. There is a button here. All right, so let me turn the button off. Copy that, put it on the border. The border is a whole image, and it's not a raycast target. That's probably part of the issue as well. And turn off that as a raycast target. All right, let's try that. And I didn't override them all, so we can do this. Nope. Ah, jeez. You need to dig a hole. Stop digging. I keep digging. All right, let's see. Button is off. All of those are off, and the border is an image. It's interactable. It is above the mask, or it's a target. Let's just call this out and see if it actually gets clicked. And what happens when it gets clicked? Switch to new thing parent index. Well, that should be still working. You know the answer to my problem that I am currently having? I don't blame you, Jason. I blame myself. You just did happen to give me the thought, well, maybe I'll do something about that right now. And now everything's not working and I can't get back to where it was working. All right, so let's undo. We didn't need this, turns out. We don't want that to be a target. We do want our mask to be a target, and we will turn on this button, and we will turn on this. Oh, and we didn't do the got click. That's probably why. Fucking shit, man. All right, undo all my undos. Undo my undos. Okay, button. Raycast target. Paste as new. I have to copy it first. It's a good thing I didn't delete it. Copy component. Paste as new. Turn it on. Get the on click to actually do something. It's going to do something to itself. Got clicked. And I still didn't do that, but at least we can see Alright, it got clicked. Finally. Holy mother of lords. Mother of all the gods. Alright. Now, I know I do need to get the guest ability working. Look, somehow all three of these chose the same one. I think it's because they start out at 0. Yeah, they start out at 0, that's why. It needs to choose a random one at the start. Okay, so now we can click. And so now it's the border, you say, and the so highlighted means hover. So let's see if that is the case. And selected, we will make cyan-ish. Let's see if it just automatically works. All right, so the hover did indeed work, and the selected did indeed work. So hover should probably be we'll make it bright yellow, and pressed, we'll make it bright yellow and then turn it orange. Selected color will be as bright cyan as we can go. Normal color will be white. Well, it doesn't change much in this, and none of these are working because I didn't update them in the override. Let's see. Well, there's a little bit now. It doesn't start selected. So I guess I can have an option start selected. And then if it's true, public void start. If not start selected, then return. Otherwise, we will say, let's see, get component image dot what dot selected. How do you do that? Status? No. Excuse me. This is transition. Well, let's ask the AI and see if the AI knows in Unity UI, how can I start with code a button in the selected state. Oh, you can? I didn't know that. It's the button component, huh? You don't say. Well, let's see if the solution worked faster than it took for ChatGPT to type the whole thing. It did not. Well, is this actually happening? Oh, it did not. That's user error. Human user error. My bad. Hey, is it not public? Oh. Oh. Well, it seems to work for now. I can always revisit that later. So there's a small amount of stuff. So now you made another suggestion that I think was more interesting. Not like your suggestion wasn't interesting, but interesting is if we increase that a little bit. Just a little bit as you get selected. So if we want to do that, then we could say on the probably I guess technically another script should be handling that, but I feel like I just want to make it on this script and make it all part of the same thing. Public raw image, and then no, so it has to be on the same thing. And we have to know if we are selected. We have to know all that stuff. I'm not going to do that right now. Let's move on. The event system object in the scene, and it has a field to drag a game object and selected object that is started. Really? Event system. This first selected seems logical. If we do that, we want to comment that out for a bit. Yeah, so that worked. Yeah, I do want to fix this portrait thing. So now that we have more images, portrait, create random character, let the portrait know which character to care about. Creation portrait. So we update the portrait with the Blackboard note. And that happens when we click this. And those have a script called creation scene select button. And it sends a note to got clicked. If we find the note, update portrait with the active player and the index shift. Okay, so when we do the create random character, okay, so what we will do is set random portraits. For each var player in what was it? Players, yeah, and players. Update portrait, and we're gonna do the player and update portrait is going to be, well, we'll do a just random dot range between 0 and 5. I think they all have that many. that should just add that to the index, and if the index starts at 0, then they all should start off somewhat differently, and I think that'll be good enough for this. Yeah, it's good enough. I think in the production game, we'd do the work to go a little bit further, and we'd also do the work to make sure that you don't have duplicates of the two, and we'd also probably go so far as to say, hey, each one has to be a different race, and each one has to be a different class. And maybe I'll do that in the cleanup phase. But in this phase, I want to move on. I don't know about you, but I want to get to these skills. So the way we're going to set this up, we have a bunch of skills. Each character can choose some starting skills. And when they do that, it's going to be something will happen. But in order to know which skills they can get, it's based on the character class, character race. So if we go to our character classes and character races and we look at our archer, for instance, we can go to the dictionaries, manage all these item attributes, and we're going to add in our character class a starting stats. And we're going to call this starting skills, not starting. What's going on? Oh, what the heck? Why did it just disappear? Did I accidentally hit undo? And this is going to be a stat. Skills are stats, so we'll just have that. And then we're also going to go over to character race and add that as well and expose the stat as well. And we'll see if this works. I think it was being quirky, not just a second ago, but in general. Starting stats. Okay, so archer, let's just look at our skills. Alright, so starting stats, we're going to have leather for the archer, and for the magic skills we'll have fire as an option, and air as an option. And then, and then for the general skills, we will have, I don't know, do any of these make sense for this? Maybe the general skills will be based on the race. So, leather, we have weapon skills, that's what we need. Well, obviously bow. And we'll take dagger as well. Alright, so 5 for that. Just kind of making it up as I go along here. Armor skills, we'll do shield, and no magic skills, no skills. For weapon skills, we'll do an axe and a mace, and we'll say a sword. Yeah, okay. Doesn't really matter. And then cleric. What does a cleric have? A cleric has the option for some chain armor, and the option for body magic and mind magic, and the option for the mace, and the option for the staff. How about that? Druids. What can druids learn? Druids are going to be the ultra magic user, so we will give them no armor skills, but we will also give them the opportunity to learn any of the magic skills. And that's that. And then knights will have the option for both plate and shield, and we'll say a sword, and maybe the spear, and we'll say mace, just for shits and giggles. Right, mage. We'll give them the option for leather armor, maybe. And we'll give them the option for a staff. And we'll give them some magic skill options for air magic, earth magic, wind and fire magic, and water magic. Almost done, almost done with this very important selection process. Chain for the, or maybe plate for the paladin. Why not? And magic skills, you can get body, and you can also get mind, and then, oops, mind. And then for the weapon skills, we do the sword or the I don't know, I'll just say dagger. All right, and was that the last one? Oh, scout. One more. So scout is kind of like a cross between a fighter and a druid. So they're going to have the option for leather armor, and they're going to have the option for, say, a dagger and a staff. And then they'll have a couple magic options as well, like maybe earth magic and water magic and body magic. We'll do those. All right, and then the last four will be the races, and for the races we'll give them maybe 3 different options, including one of the skills here. So dwarfs will be, say, armor master and axe and one other skill, and for them it's going to be, we'll say, chain, just to get some variety in here. And elves will have the option for leather and the option for the spellmaster and the option for the staff. And then have orcs. We'll take a mace and bodybuilding and leather. And then last one is the humans. Good old-fashioned humans. They will have the skill master, and humans will get the sword, and for armor they'll get the leather armor as well. All right, so now we're going to compile these in some method to populate this system. Every time a character is selected, we're going to populate these with the new list. All right, so to do that, well, how the hell are we going to do that? We're going to go in Tachi Station, buy some power converters. All right. What if he had gone to Tachi Station to buy some power converters? All right, so this is going to be over here, and what do we got here? We got available skills and all these things. We haven't set these up yet. This is going to be a prefab, so let's just set this up now. Skill button, even though there's no button. Well, there's kind of a button, but there's no graphic for the button. Skill button, we'll fix that later, don't worry. Maybe. Skill button. And available skills is going to be the one that handles bringing in and out all those. So we're going to need a script, I suppose, called creation skill available skills, and well, we can bring it over there onto it. Did it go? It did, and we can do our magical things by copy pasting. All right. So what are we going to do here? We are going to need a method for switch character, or actually, this is going to be a Blackboard follower. because it's following the Blackboard. So we really need the public override receive change. And when it receives a change, what we care about is, what do we call it? I remember I called it the other day. Creation select button. Switch to new character. Puts an update note, active player, and gives us the value, int value, so that we know which int 0 through 3, the index of the active player, and it gives us the game ID of the active player. So what we're looking for is game date and active player here. So we're going to say if Blackboard note dot topic does not equal game data, and Blackboard note dot subject does not equal oh, you know what? I just had a thought. I can do this smarter. Active player. So we'll fix this because typing that over and over is annoying. And if I ever change this or make a typo, then everything breaks. So what I'm going to do here is we're going to do a header. We're going to call this Blackboard note strings, and then we're going to say public string active player topic, and that's going to be game data, and then public string active player subject equals active player. So now we can do active player topic here and active player subject here. And then in other scripts, creation manager, we can say creation manager dot active player topic and creation manager dot active player subject. That means if we ever change those, this is going to be an or. If we ever change those, then we don't need to worry about changing on the scripts. Huh? I just used my big brain. Usually I use my small brain because it fits as easily in my pocket. And when I put my big brain in my pocket, everyone thinks I got a badonkadonk. Isn't that the best word, badonkadonk? Badonkadonk is a great word. I don't know where it came from, but badonkadonk is a great word. It's just fun to say. Say it right now, wherever you are, especially if you're in the public. Say badonkadonk. All right. So we received a change that the active player, and that happens when a new active player is selected. Oh no, a detour? A detour? Of course we can do a detour. So hold on, right? Make a note real quick. Destroy all the selected stats and show new ones. Then highlight the ones selected by the player. We're also going to have to do another one for what happens when the when we receive a change for yeah, so we're gonna have to do it slightly different here. Receive update to allow change for a new character, race, or class. Extension methods. I think I remember extension methods. If I remember, it's a static class that lets you add behavior to existing classes. I think I remember this. If I remember correctly, let me just Unity extension methods. Can't tell if that was a small earthquake or if I just moved my table a lot. Could have been either one. Could have been either one. Extension methods. Unity Learn. I don't really like Unity Learn. I find it hard to follow, but yes, I do remember this because I use these all the time for my own utilities and stuff. So what's your suggestion? You know string checks that we can make some nice helpers to commonly statements. For example, if you're frequently checking if these strings are certain things, we can make all strings have a nice addition like is or is not or all those things. Extendomatic. Let's see. So, in other words, if I can restate what I'm hearing, it would be like Blackboard. What I'm looking for is the active player thing, and so I can say active player was selected. So is new active player, and that would say, as an example, we would say if Blackboard note is new active player. And it would be really character creation extensions dot is new active player. That's the type of thing. And would I do that in an extension method, or should I just do it in this you know, creation scene data or something like that? It would not add directly onto the word. Okay, I'm reading the Learn tutorial, and maybe I haven't used these exactly as this before. So this is saying this extension method is saying the rect transform uses this keyword, and that would imply then that when I call rect transform, it's going to assume that this is going to be the thing calling it, or the transform that's calling it, transform rect transformation. So the transform calls rect transformation because it's a transform and it's able to call rect transformation. So if I'm following you correctly, let me see if I can do this without getting on a call. If I'm following you correctly, let's create the script first because we need that, right? Yeah, I'm trying. Okay, yeah, let's just do it and then we'll see what happens. Create script, and we'll say creation extensions. We'll just do that, maybe. And you can tell me if I'm batshit crazy. Namespace, and whoops. Namespace, infinity.modules.demo, and so if I'm following Unity Learn properly, then we will call this a static class creation extensions, and then we will have a thing called so if we're saying is, then what we're saying is Blackboard note. So we're going to say public static bool, not bool, is new character, new actor selected, and this Blackboard note note, and then in here we're going to say if. Can I do this on these? Can I use other static things too? Let's find out. Only one way to find out. I mean, there's many ways to find out, but there's only one way to find out. Creation manager. Oh, maybe we can. So if note dot topic does not equal, well, does not equal creation manager dot active player topic, or note dot subject does not equal creation manager dot active player subject, return false, and otherwise return true. And then writer will helpfully make this nicer for us, and then we can go even further and go like this and say, you're gonna methods on a class you don't own to add a behavior, but for classes you don't own, an extension manager extend the class if you opened it and made it a public method. In this case, you want strings to have a method that can check if things are equal. So I would add to strings the ability to check themselves against others cleanly. So not what I'm doing right here is what you're saying. Because if it was what I just wrote, since I know there's a delay, we would say if Blackboard note dot is new actor selected, then we would do new actor selected. And do that method that we just made down here. Otherwise, we would do the next thing. But I'm not sure if that's exactly what you meant. This seems like it would work just fine. But I'm not sure if that's exactly what you meant. Well, I kind of have the means to do it, but I don't have, in the Blackboard note class, I don't want to hard code these values, other values. So you're saying what you want me to be able to say is if Blackboard note.topic.is whatever I said here, that then do something. I think the is new actor selected is useful because I'm using that a lot in all of these scripts, but I can also see how this is also helpful for a more, I don't know if generic's the right word, or versatile version. So what if I'm, again, understanding correctly, when public static bool is this string value, and then compare, or string compare value, and then we'll return return value equals compare value, like that. Does that work? So same thing. Debug.log. It was like that. Whoops. And then you could put in a normal string too, like test. Well, that's nice. So I guess I would actually then not want this one to be in creation extensions. Let's go a step further. Uh-oh. Oh, it just didn't update. Okay. A bingo. Ding, 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 ding. Hi, Nick. How are you? You just want to hear his sweet, sweet voice. Man. Let's not go too crazy right away. Jason Storey. Let's see. Is any of, and then pass in a list or contains word and pass in a string and look for if it contains or starts with. Your own version of how link works. Oh my gosh, don't give me too much power. Don't give me too much power, because you know what I'll do, right? You know exactly what I'll do. I'll go crazy. I'll say, oh, Jason taught me something, and now I've got something that looks like this and is hundreds or more of lines long with tons of little funny little helpers methods that you led me to prior to this, and now it's here. And it's amazing, and I use it all the time. So, what we're going to do then, we're going to go a step further. We're going to call, Infinity PBR. I don't have my scripts thing in here. Sure. Okay, create folder, move this to scripts. That's going to be a reminder to me. And we're going to create C# Infinity extensions. Just to not mess with people, we will put it in a namespace, or namespace, and namespace Infinity PBR. But that's the namespace we're going to put it in, not any other namespace. And then we will copy paste and delete that there. We'll keep this one though, because why not? We'll put this one here. And it's a static class, and it's not a monobehavior, and that should magically work. And we'll clean it up by going like this and do that and save, and it should just work, and it did. So there we go. But I also like this one because that one is pretty cool too. So what I can do here is say new actor select. So we can make this a bool. And we can say if it was selected and return. Otherwise we'll keep doing the method. And here we'll say if if not, oh, I guess we have to pass in the Blackboard note. Alright, well that's fair enough. If not selected, then return false. Otherwise, let them return true after we do stuff. And then we'll do stuff. Oh, you mean is not? Like that. And I suppose that means you could do things like, see, this is what happens. Oh. Duh. So you can do things like that, and is greater than, and other stuff. Woo! Hopefully the other stuff you're being distracted from isn't like doing your taxes or remembering your kid's birthday. But otherwise, yes, happy to distract. All right. It's distracting me too, but this is helpful because it's going to make my code better. We have to go through the other scripts and clean it up later because I like this, or rather I like this. And you know what? I'm going to actually move this back up. I don't care about the note down here. I'm going to move this back up here, and we're going to do if the Blackboard note is selected, then we will do new actor selected, and we will return. And we'll put these inside here. So we're going to do it like this. I think that's easier to read than putting it down here. That's what I've decided. So there you go. Alright, so if the new actor is selected, we want to clear the list, and we don't have a list. So public, I guess it's actually going to be private. Well, for public, game object skill prefab, and then public or private game object skill prefabs. And so if we have a new actor selected, then we're going to do skill prefabs. I guess for each var prefab in skill prefabs, destroy prefab, and then rebuild or spawn skills. And when we spawn skills, and we're having to do public private void start, and on start we're going to do too much gap. Public or private enumerator enumerator start skills, and this is going to say while creation manager dot active player index is less than 0, yield return yield return null, and then once it is, we will say yield return 0, because I think it should work once we have the active player index. Then we will do spawn skills. This is going to be at the start, and so we just do start skills. That way it waits until we actually have an active player before it does its thing. So there you go. Is player this, is player that. Interesting. So like player XYZ saying it's a player thing. That is interesting. Ooh, 2 lowercase, get random. I have a get random somewhere, but I think that's in my utilities class. Alright, so when we have a new one selected, we are going to destroy all the current prefabs and spawn skills. Spawn skills, what does spawn skills do? That takes our prefabs and does it, but first we need to see the whole skills. So what we're going to do is var skill list or skills available equal creation manager active player dot actor class object dot dictionaries dot we'll clean this up, get key value dot, what was our key value for that? It was probably starting skills, I think it was, dot stat list values stat. That's a mouthful and a half, but we can make that easier. I just want to double check that we did in fact use that, and it was starting skills. Yes, okay. All right, so instead of doing all this, we can do it right here. And I'm just going to say private stat list is going to be list of stats, class skills equals that. Okay. Class skills. And we'll do one for the race skills. And actor race. All right, so what we're going to do, starting skills is going to be equal to, we'll do it up here too, private list. Nah, I won't do it up here. I don't want to do it up there. I want to do it down here. All right, so, oops. Var available skills equals class skills, and then available skills dot add range, race skills, and then dot, and then then available skills dot distinct dot to list. Okay. This is gonna all probably available skills equals available skills, all that. And then now we have our list of skills. So for each var skill in available skills, we will do something. This could probably be made into a single string. Class skills dot add range, race skills dot distinct dot to list. Would that give us what we need? No. I don't know. But I think it's fine, just it's readable and fine. But let's play with ChatGPT for a minute. Can this be made into a link statement? Yes. All right, let's do it. This is what I love about this. It's I just imagine the future of this system, you know. And Union, oh my gosh, Union does distinct already? Oh my gosh, I had no idea. Ugh. Union race skills dot to string to list. Oh my goodness. Look at that. Thank you, ChatGPT. The future's going to be crazy, everybody. I just learned something. Hopefully I remember that Union does that, and it makes it distinct at the same time. All right. So for each available skill, we're going to, well, we need a spot to put them in. So probably here, we're going to say public game object. Well, this is the spot we're putting them in, isn't it? Because this script is on, if I'm not mistaken, yeah, it's on available skills. So as long as there's a child of this, then it should be fine. So for each one, we're gonna instantiate, what is it called? Skill prefab. This dot transform. All right, skill prefab transform, and var new skill button equals that. And then the new skill button is going to have to know something about the things. It's going to need to know what skill it is, so, or what stat it is. So we need a new script, and we're going to do that here. I guess we can do that. Public What is it going to be? Not public. Yeah, public class. Blah blah blah. Creation available skills. Let's see. It's gonna be skill button, Blackboard follower. It will be a Blackboard follower. Will it be a Blackboard follower? No, it won't be a Blackboard follower. No. It's just gonna be a regular boring mono behavior. And then Jason does ChatGPT. I saw knows how to write clean code, and I thought you were talking about Jason. I was like, yeah, he does. Yeah, ChatGPT is very good, but it does get things wrong, and that's a very. I'll always call that out right now. At least you can't. You have to know how to interpret what it's saying. I think it's not enough to just say, give me a code that does this, and then say, well, I guess it works, so I'll copy paste. If you don't understand the code, then you're bound to get into issues, because every once in a while it gives you code that does not do what you think it does. Maybe it does something very similar, but it's like, wait, but you didn't think about this important thing that only a human would think about. Or right now, maybe in the future. All right, so the skill button is going to have a private stat, and then a public void set stat, and it's going to take in a stat value, and that's going to be underscore stat equals value, and then it's going to tell us that we can change it into an auto property or something like that. And then maybe it won't. No, but I don't think we need one of those either. And then we need to say public void update or set. I guess when we do set stat, this is what we're going to do. We're going to do a little bit more than just that. We'll do set the value, and then we will say not void, text. What am I doing? All right, text. Oh my freaking text. Okay, and import text into this, and then we will say text equals stat dot object name, and we will also have to know if the character already has this one selected. So check. So if stat is selected, or we'll say skill, because we are talking about skills here. Skill is selected, and then actually, how about this? Even better. Set color, and that means we need our colors up here. Although I think I'm just using cyan for the selected one, so we can leave it at that. If so, text.color equals stat is selected, and I don't know what that's going to be yet. If it's selected though, then color cyan, otherwise color white, and be done with that. Stat is selected is going to get something from something that we don't yet have on the creation manager on the players, and so we're going to go to our inventory actor, or maybe we do have skills, because this is a game module's inventory actor, which should have. Do we have skills? I think we do. Skills. Let's just see. Let's try call it, and we'll see. So this is going to be creation manager dot active player dot skills. We don't have skills. Do you know why we don't have skills? Chat Jason, Chat GP Jason. You know, eventually, maybe somebody could put in their own code and like a ton of their own code and have the bot be trained on your specific code. That would be interesting. 75% on your homework assignment. So now so we're gonna comment that out for a second. Let's see. Let's look at our player. We got inventory actor. Let me confirm my thinking about this. This is example class is ready to be used. It's what we'll be using in our demo scene. Yeah, so this is something that I don't expect you to use this directly unless you want to have character classes and races and all that stuff. So we can add the skills here. Stats is going to be already included for us on game modules actor, but because this is something you might inherit from, rather than, you know, because this has all these things set up for you already. So instead of adding skills here, which would be make it 2 stat lists, and that would be confusing, inventory actor, we're going to end up changing this to be a like demo actor or something. In fact, let me do that now. Demo actor, to make it clear that this is a demo actor of inventory actor. Then we can start with skills. So public game stat list and skills, skills. So there we go. Now we can go. Now that we have that there, we can go back to our this one and say if creation manager.activeplayer.skills.has has. Do I not have a has? I think I should have a has. Don't you think I should have a has? Do I have something that's like a has? Let's see. I have lots of gets. I know I've got gets. I've got try gets. I mean, I can use the try gets, but I think a has is a good one. So let me load up my Obsidian where I'm keeping notes. Add has to game stat lists. I'm going to add that, but I'm going to use try get for now, but in the future I'll add has. So what we're going to do instead is we're going to say if okay, actually let's just do has. I swear I had it before, but I guess not. So we're gonna do a few hases, and I've got to clean these up first. I just totally waved my hand at my screen, and you can't even see me, but I gotta clean this up. But public virtual bool has stat, and what we're going to do virtual is say return that get stat dot uid is not equal to null. And then we're going to do 2 more versions, one with a game stat, and this is going to be game stat, and then one with a string uid, and then we'll just pass in uid. There we go. So now we've got 3 hases. That was easy. So if skills has stat, then it's cyan, otherwise it's not. There we go. You know, and we can go, if you really like making things cleaner, then you can just use a property method property here and say player game stat list active player skills equals that, and then just make this active player skills has that. Then there you go. What's this telling me? Can make it static? I don't want to make it static. Although that would be interesting. what happens if I do that? If I put this on Creation Manager and make it public. Oh. Oh. Ooh. I like it. I like it a lot. I like it a lot. So now I can just say active player skills, and it's a static reference to the skills. I like that. Okay, I'm going to do that. And then we can just do this. And I like that a lot as well. Set color. And we can do a very similar thing. Set stats. Private void set text, rather. And text.text. Whoops. Text.text equals stat.object name, and then we just have to say set text. So set text, set color, and that should be it for this for now. But we do need two more things. We're going to need public void, or one more thing, public void got clicked. And do something when it gets clicked. We'll do that for debug.log got clicked. All right. And then let's move this to its own. Here, I think. Did that do the trick? I don't know. Maybe it did. I don't remember what I called that. E. New skill button. For the life of me, I can't remember what I called that script. Maybe it's a skill button. Okay, it's skill button. All right, so let's add this onto skill button. Or all right, we add skill button on, and we add a button component as well, and we don't do any of these. We can adjust that later. Nothing there. Okay, and skill button, blah blah blah, all that, and override, apply all, and this has that. We need our skill prefab. All right, save. Okay, well, let's just see what happens. I don't know. Did we set? We didn't do the race or class, but let's just see if it starts by populating stuff. It didn't. We have an error. Okay, that's something. That's something we can look at. Oops. Oh. Huh. Why would we have a null here at 53 for each prefab in skill prefabs? Oh, I know why. I always get confused. We'll make it a list. New list game object. All right, that should solve that problem, I believe. Oh, thank you, Nick. Hey, Nick, are you going to be at GDC again this year? And hey, Jason, are you going to GDC this year if you're still there? I know it's a bigger trip for you. Oh wait, look at that. We got a ton of weapon masters. Okay, but the title didn't change. The title didn't change, so what's the deal? Skill button. Set stat. We never set the stat, huh? Did I not set that part? Oh, I guess I didn't. For each one, new skill button, set stat, and pass in our it's just called stat, I think. Oh, skill. There it is. Is this private? Did I make it private? No. No. New skill button. Oh, the dot get component skill button. There we go. Well, if you do come, you know I'll be there. I don't know if Wyman's going to go this year. I think he had a good time last year. Yeah. It's generally a good time, but it's also a very busy time and all that stuff. But if you do come, we'll hang out. It will be a very social time that most people there don't really want to do. And every day I go home tired and wake up tired. Do we not set text? We don't set text. That's the issue. Public, private, void start. Text equals get component text. All right. We never set the text value. Have you gone to GDC before? It's been a while. I know you've been to the Oculus one. I'm assuming you've probably been to GDC at some point. Why is it still not? Is it stat that's not set? How is it calling set stat? Spawn skills. Do we? Oh, we didn't set it. Duh. Oh yeah, we do. We bring him right here. Oh, do I know? No. Debug.log. Stat is value.objectName. Is that null? Are we passing in something that's a null? You've not been to GDC. Wow. I didn't know that. GDC was always the expensive one, so I always went first just as the expo. Well, what the heck? And then later I would go for the indie game pass, which was like $300, much more affordable. We're doing it at the spawn skills, as expected. Set stat. I need to get rid of, apparently I have a spawning D. I swear I got rid of that before. Stat is shield. Why would it? Okay, so it has stat. Stat is shield. Stat is value. Then, and then set text. Text.text. Text should be there. Do we not have component text on this? Maybe. Well, we can check it. Seems like a silly one, but okay. Let's see. Debug.log. Text is null. Text equals null. Because if it's not text that's missing, then it's stat that's missing, but it looks like stat is not missing. I can turn off most of these. Oh, no. Interesting. I turned that off. I thought I turned it off. Okay, let's just get rid of my debugs. We don't need those anymore. That system is working. All right. I couldn't find what I was looking for. All right. Text is null. What the heck? Why would text be null? Let's do it on awake. Same deal. Oh, text is false now. Okay. Or it's not null. So that's good. But we're still having an issue. What's this issue now? All right, so this is basically saying active player skills doesn't exist. I believe. And so we're going to have to dig into why this is being called when active player is not yet set, or why active player, oh, I just deleted the thing I was going to look at, or why active player doesn't have skills. It's got mad skills, I think. It's got the skills. But active player skills is null. Okay, so basically, either this method is returning us a stray, or something else. So let's look at the something else first. This gets spawned via this coroutine, and then the switch to new characters, which happens after all that. So let's see if we can make sure that switching to new character sets the active player value indexed to this value. Okay, and then that means we should have the active player at that point. Then the note is sent, and because this note is sent, this receives the note and says a new actor is selected, so it spawns the skills, and etc., etc., etc. But it's saying that active player skills is not available. So let's do a test. Let's do a thing here. We're gonna do text color equals creation manager dot active player. Yeah, right. Debug.log. Active player is null. So let's just check and see if it's the active player or if it's the skills. I'm guessing it's the active player. Luckily, there's lots of couches at GDC, so you can just sit down. What? Why did it work this time, everybody? Why does it work? It's not supposed to work. It didn't work and now it suddenly works and I didn't really change anything. Mother effer. What? I'm glad it's working, but at the same time, I really want to understand why it's suddenly working. All I did was add this line, as far as I can remember. Let's see. Maybe that line does do something magical. Nope. Nope, it just works now. Heisenberg principle? Oh my gosh. I guess. Because I didn't do anything. I was thinking, like, oh, what if the order of things is not always the same, which is exactly what you're talking about. And, I mean, that's possible, but it should be, at this point, it really should be set. Like, let's just see if this works. I don't know. I got nothing. I got nothing. Well, these aren't getting clicked. Let's see. What do we got here? Do they have the button? They do have a button. They are interactable. Are they different than this? Oh, I probably didn't do the on click, did I? Yeah, I didn't do the on click. Okay. All right. $84-part 500-hour series. Oh, ha, ha, ha. I see what you mean. Nope, nope, not even. Yep. Are you talking about my streams? Because yes, you'd be lost. I'm lost. I'm very lost. And I've been thinking, man, my YouTube channel is full of random shit. I've got random ass long live streams, most of which probably are very outdated, where the stuff I'm doing is like, no, I do it differently now. I've got a whole bunch of tutorials that, half of which are probably themselves outdated. I've got a whole lot of random demo scenes for characters. I don't think YouTube knows what to do with me. All right, so we got Weapons Master. Oh, that's this right there. All right, so it is doing it, and the color is going to be gray, not white, to match the other stuff. And we will delete this. Well, that's different. We got the error again. All right, so there's clearly an order of operations thing going on here, where sometimes it will happen, sometimes it won't. So we got the Heisenberg principle working. Yeah, working in earnest here. All right. So it's probably basically something, one of these like static references aren't quite ready yet or something, but I really feel like it should be at this point. I mean, I guess we could wait one more frame. So that the blackboards all update one frame before we switch to the new character. Huh. Ah, Unity crashed. It does this a lot these days. Maybe it's just this version. Alright, well, that's annoying. It kept doing this, and so I kept having to reformat the screen size. And that was annoying to me. And I'm hoping I don't have to do it again because it was just repetitive. So I finally reset it and then quit on purpose, just so the next time it crashed, it would actually come up properly like this, because I was so annoyed. All right. Well, at least this bug is fixed in the new version. There was a bug where sometimes this wasn't saving, and I don't know why. So now it works, though. But apparently these are all still here. All right, well, let's just delete them. Press play. So we have this order of operations bug. I think it should be, nope. That extra frame should definitely have fixed it. So clearly this is not, I don't have any clue. I have no clue why that would be the case sometimes, but not all the time. This is annoying because active player skills is null. All right, well, let's see something. Let's change it to this first. I can't do that. Let's see if active player is null. Debug.log active player is null, and just in case that's what's going on, that's not the skills but the active player, and that could be it. Yeah, who needs to get paid? So active player is not null, but the skills is null. Why is that? That doesn't seem logical, because if we have an active player, then we have to be able to get their skills, I would think. And just to confirm here, all the players do have a skills list here. That's not the issue, I would think. Active player skills is just getting the active player and skills. Active player skills is, oh, I make this freaking mistake all the time. I think that might be it. I think that's what is it. That you have to, and I should write a note about this in the modules, that you have to, when you do a game stat list like this, you have to say new whatever. And do I do that in my other stuff just to confirm my suspicion? I do. I think I made that mistake when I was saying this up as well. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness gracious. I keep getting this thing on my Mac saying background items added software from Corsair memory add that you can run in the background. I can manage it in login settings, but I click this and then nothing happens, and that happens again. I don't know, whatever. Anyways, we have it working now. All right. And it got clicked. All right. That's nice. So we can say when we get clicked, we'll add the skill to the thing. All right, let's just do that. So we need a active player. Ho 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 ho. Oh, we already have active player. So we just make that static. Does it still work? Does everything still work? No, it doesn't still work. Oh well, that's fine. Okay, active player skills dot add. Well, actually, we need to know if we already have it. So, if we have the skill, then we're going to remove it. Then we say active player skills dot remove stat, or else we'll add the stat. But first we also need to do, okay, if a few checks. If we have this is what we'll do. Try this. Try to add, okay, yeah. Okay. If add the stat, then return. And add the stat is going to say first if God damn it, no, that's not what we're going to do. I take it back. So if we have the stat and the active player skills dot count, no, oh, I have contains. That's why I did. What's more reasonable, has or contains? Anyways, and count is greater than 3 or greater than 2. We'll say you can choose 3 skills. Then return. If we have the stat, then remove the stat. Otherwise, add the stat. And that's that. And then set color. Okay, and we're going to expand the set color a little bit to say if let's just do private int selected stats equals count, so or number selected, we'll say that if number selected count selected, okay, there we go, count selected is above the 2, there we go. So on set color, if count selected is above 2 and we don't have the stat, if we don't have the stat, then we will say text dot color equals color dot black, and then we'll return. Otherwise, we will do one of these two things. So if we already, that means they'll just turn dark, really dark, if we're at our max, and then maybe that'll work. Let's see. Oh, it's just let me select and select and select. Okay. Why is that? If we got clicked, oh, we need another thing here. Okay, if we don't have it and it's count selected above 2, return. Wait a minute. Okay, if we don't have it and count selected, then we do nothing. But if we do have it, there we go. Yes, if we do have it and the above 2, then we will first say remove and then do that. All right. Void add stat is going to be, and private void remove stat is going to be that. Okay. Okay, and private bool has stat is going to be that. Okay. Not has stat, if has stat. All right, that's perhaps a little bit more straightforward. And we will set the color if we remove the stat. All right. Oh my gosh. Yeah, well, I do have a few very inexpensive houses in parts of the country that are very inexpensive because at the time I did not have much money, but I knew at the time there was no way I was going to be buying a house. I wanted to put it somewhere. So I guess I'm a land baron. But yes, I have a day job. I don't want it, but I have it. Well, we can toggle them, and we can't go above now, so that's nice. Let's see if we're actually getting them. Oh, well, that's a problem. Oh, we never add them to the list. We have to add them to the list. That's why that's not working. I have a day job. And I work a lot. I don't have a life. I don't have a life. I worked today from 8 a.m. until 4:30. And then I started the stream at 5:30. And I did some 30 minutes of setting up the stream before that. So I took a half-hour break. All right. So in the available skills, when we spawn the skills, we need to add it to this fancy list called skill prefabs. New skill button. All right. That should solve that problem. But the other thing was these weren't turning black. So if we set the color, oh, they all need to set their color. I guess we can just do it constantly. It's not efficient, but there's only so many buttons, right? And then we don't have to worry about setting the color in all these spots. All right, well, let's see. Ooh. That's nice. That's dark. It's too dark, probably. Black. 0.2F, 0.2F, 0.2F. And 1F for the alpha. All right, that's a little bit better. They obviously turn off to indicate, oh, that's all I can do. All right. So now, oh, that's cool. It just worked. I kind of wasn't expecting it to work. All right. Well, that worked. They all can choose their things. Now, if you notice, this blip is annoying me. That blip right there. So I think what I need to do... The blip is happening because apparently there's a frame between when it gets instantiated and when it sets the color. Which means that right after we instantiate, we need to just call the set the color. There we go. That's what we got to do. New skill button. Dot set color. And make this skill button script equals that public, and there we go. All right. A bug? Why? Did it just not save properly? Yep. Another one of those times where it just didn't save properly. And recompile, I guess, or something. All right. There you go. Perfect. Neat. So now we need to do another thing. I want to make these colors brighter because these colors are bright, so I want those to be brighter. I've changed my mind on some things like that. Just I got the prefab, so I'll just do the prefab. Is the color not here? Where was the color? Stop value. There we go. So we're just bringing it up to the a little bit above the middle for both of these. That's nice. That's more apparent. What you've done, you've made them better, you've made them worse. And clickety, clickety, click. Oh, I know what we need to do. What happens when you do this? It doesn't update. It needs to update. It needs to remove all the skills. And, well, I guess it's probably better just it could try to keep the skills that you already have set if they're still available, but it's probably easier just to remove them all because if you click around enough, they're all going to disappear anyways. So, what I want to do is make an update for these, not for these, but for the actor class. So, yeah. Blackboard is actor class. That's all we really care about. If it's actor class, then we're changing. This should actually just be a Blackboard event, to be sure. In fact, I kind of was thinking I should change to that because it doesn't really need to be a note. Well, actually, let me take that back. We are storing the actor classes on the Blackboard, so we're already sending a note, so there's no need to do an event, because what we're saying is if any actor has its actor class updated, then we'll update this. Yeah, so that's fine. All right, so we go back to our available skills. So we can say if Blackboard note dot subject equals actor class, or Blackboard note dot subject equals actor race, then we will say private void clear prefabs, and also to this skill prefabs dot clear. That was actually a bug up here. We just didn't find it. Clear prefabs. So when a new one is selected, oh, I guess we're going to do one of these. Right? Let's just see if that works. It's the same logic, I guess. It's just removing everything and starting from scratch, letting the player then choose brand new ones. Interesting. Oh, because we didn't clear the skills. That's what we need to do. Okay, so well, another hidden bug principle issue, perhaps? Let's see. Available skills. Right here. Our active player, active class. Active player is null. Or index. Active player index was probably -1. So why is this being called? Available skills in spawn skills. Well, hell. Let's see. Did I mess up again and do where it didn't? Got the skills. Well, hell. Huh. Okay, so this must be being called before this. So essentially, this is the first thing that says, hey, a new actor is selected. And that is where the index is 0. So essentially here, oh, I can do that? I didn't know that. And creation manager dot active player index is greater than equal to 0. So we basically have to say, well, don't do this unless it's already selected, because apparently the actor class and actor race are being selected before we say switch to the new player, which makes sense because they're being created and they send their Blackboard notes. So we just need to make sure that the player was already created, and that's what the issue was. So now when we do this, it doesn't work because we have to remove them from the player skills too. So if a new actor is selected, something, but we're going to say new race or class selected, and that's going to do something slightly different. It's going to first say active player skills dot clear, and then it's going to say new actor selected. And all of this stuff doesn't need to happen. There we go. So now whenever you change one of these, you have to reset your skills. Horrible, I know, but important. Well, that's cool. Next step, I suppose, is do the whole make these the bigger thing. All right, we'll do that now. We'll make the portraits slightly bigger if they are new or selected. So we will look at that. These are in the portrait masked, And we are looking at the panel. Nope, not the panel. We are looking at the raw image. And we're going to create a new script. Create C#2, and we're going to make this a creation portrait image. And we're actually going to move the code that makes this dark and light. I think we can move that code here as well. Seems appropriate. If we're going to have a script on here, might as well do it to manage everything that it is. And the other script, creation button. No, we put it on the border now, right? Portrait masked. Okay, so this is where we're gonna have to okay, close to the right, close. Let's see. We want this one, we want that one. We want that one, and then we'll close to the right. All right, clean that up. All right, so whoops. All right. All right, so this is going to be a Blackboard follower. This is going to receive a change. And this is going to say if Blackboard note dot is not or dot is new actor selected, then we're going to do something. So how about this? If it's new actor selected, then we will update portrait. Private bool update portrait. And that's going to need to know, it's a void, not bool. It's going to need to know if we are selected or we are not selected. So we need to know what index we are. And just to confirm, I think I just typed this in on these. Or did I? No, I must not. I must set it somehow. Probably here. That's probably a mistake. Yeah, well, all right. Okay, so we'll say character versus index, set index, and so this is just going to say index equals I, but actually we're going to do a little bit more maybe, so I'll just do this. Index equals I. It needs to know what index it is, and it doesn't know at the start because it's just a prefab, just a boring, stupid little prefab. But now this portrait image also needs to know what it is, so we're going to say public creation portrait parent, and then private int index is going to be the parent index, and there we go. That would work there. And so now we can say private bool I am active is going to be equal to the using static Infinity PBR dot creation modules dot demo dot creation manager is going creation manager dot active player index equals index. If that's true, then I am active, otherwise nope. And then we will say, what will we do here? if I'm active, we need a private float goal scale, and we need private float on scale on, and we'll do 5.2 f, and then private float scale off equals 5f. I think those were the right settings I looked at earlier. So if I am active, or actually what we'll do, this is goal scale equals I am active scale on versus or scale off. I guess that's the only thing we'll do right now. Oh, you know what we'll do? We'll start a coroutine. And so private enumerator scale portrait, and then start coroutine scale portrait. But we don't want to, whoa. We don't want to do that if it's already running. So if, how do you do it? Coroutine is running. I don't know if you can. One trick I did the other day was private what is it? I did it in the stats repository. Public coroutine, and then remove it at the end. So private coroutine set scale portrait, and then what you do here is say that equals null, and when we start it, we say scale portrait equals that. So then we set it, and then we forget it, and then that way we can say if scale portrait does not equal null, then we return. So we don't start another one because it's already started. And then for this, we can say while well, we need a reference to our image, private raw image, and then that means we also need a private void awake to do image equals get, image equals get component, get component raw image. That should be doable. In general, writing a simple script with the two pointer event handler and exit handler, you do a lot of fun visual stuff. That is true. In fact, that reminds me, I knew about that in a former life, like last summer. I'll have to look into that. I think I'm just thinking right now. Yeah, I'll have to look into that for some of these things. That would make a lot of my life easier, I think. All right. What am I doing? Oh yeah. So while image dot scale. Maybe it's not image. What am I looking for? What am I really looking for? It's the rect transform, actually. Okay. Rect transform. Rect transform. Rect transform. All right. dot scale, local scale, does not equal goal scale. And this is going to be vector 3, isn't it? Yes. If it doesn't equal goal scale, now we got vector 3 for it. Excuse me. Then we will yield return null, and we will make it bigger. So rect transform dot local scale dot move equals mathf dot move towards current is rect transform dot local scale, and the target is the goal scale, and the delta is time dot delta time, and time speed. We'll add in a speed variable because why not? Public float speed equals 1f. Oh, what do we do? Local scale dot x. Oh, okay, we gotta do something else here. New value var new value equals those, and then we can say rect transform dot local scale equals new vector 3, that, and that. I think that should do the trick. Maybe. Did I not set things up? Parent is portrait masked. All right, and then we will do overrides, apply all. There it is. So now it's going in and out just as we'd like. And I should expose the values here. Why didn't I expose these values? Oops. And the other thing we need to do is do a update here to well, actually it should. It should do it for the first one. Does it? Let's find out. Oh yeah, it does. Okay. It just starts out big, so I didn't notice. Well, that's nice. Nice a little flare there where they get bigger as they come up and get selected. I mean, I suppose the other thing I could do is when they're not selected, very similarly, what would happen if we made the whole portrait mask get down, just slightly. Is that weird? I guess it wouldn't be that. It would be this. Nope. I guess the portrait mask has the other stuff on it. I don't know. Does it look cool if it goes smaller? If this, and this were all 0.9, 0.9, 0.9. Does look kind of cool, doesn't it? Thank you, Nick and LJ or IJ, IJ, LJ, LJ, LJ. It does look kind of cool. And then, well, to your point, Jason, when they get hovered, they could be come up, and then when you click on them, they can turn bright. So essentially, the logic would be on if it's being hovered or it's active, it's in the front. Otherwise, it's in the back. Well, let's just see what that would look like. We can just do it by hand and just to look and see what if it looks like. So, whoops, not this one. It would be the raw image. Just. Yeah, I don't like that. I won't do the ping pong for this. But I do think it would be interesting to have like a little, these ones be back and they come forward, but they don't turn on until you click them. So to do that, I also don't want to separate the character name from this, and I also don't want to create a new thing. So let's just see what it looks like. I think I'm okay if the names and stuff get a little bit smaller too. But let's see. So this is a good opportunity for me to remember how to use the iEvent handler. Is that what it was? iPointer event. iPointer event. Yeah, so this is Unity 3D iPointer enter handler. This is going to be of iEvent, right? iPointer and the handlers. Okay, yes. The Chelsea handlers. Okay, so these are all these are available. So enter and exit is going to turn on and off the hover thing. So let's just copy these. If I remember correctly, how to do this is we copy these. We're going to put them on portrait masked, and we can probably just put them here. And then we have to do that and do this. All right, and then so this is going to be enter and then exit. So very similar to this image, we can do the same thing. And we'll just put up here a scale, scaling options. And for this, scale on is going to be 1F, scale off we'll do 0.8F. And then we will say goal. What was it? What was it? Goal scale. Goal scale equals scale on. And here goal scale equals scale off. And we need that property over as well. And we need this as well. And we need the private rect transform. What do we call it? Rect transform? Yep. And then we need awake for that. We'll just copy. the coroutine. And this, okay. And then the other two things is when the handle game data change okay, go small. We're going to do go big and go small. And so we're basically going to just do these on each of those. And we can actually do this a little bit differently as well. We can say private void start start scaling and then okay, start scaling. All right, there we go. Go big, go home, go small. All right, so this is going to, on enter, we're going to say go big. And on exit, we're going to say if creation manager active, no, yeah, creation. Do we not have creation manager? We don't? We don't, huh? All right, well. All right. Where were we? If creation manager dot active player index equals index, then we will go big. Else go small. So basically saying, hey, if we're leaving it, but we've already, but we're selected, then we're going to go big. Otherwise, we're going to go small. Either way, when we enter, we're going to go big. And when we leave, we're going to go small only if we're not selected. And when we get selected, we're going to go big. But when we're getting selected, we're going to be over it, I suppose. But we can specify that specifically. Is that okay to say specify that specifically? So we can say if we're mixing methods of getting the data here, but that's okay. Blackboard note dot value int equals index, then we're gonna go big. So if we're selected, then we're gonna go big regardless. And we have a bug down here. Oh, we don't have speed. Scaling options, public float speed equals 1f. All right, let's see if that just magically works. See ya, Nick. I'm sorry I missed your goodbye message. I just now scrolled down to see it. Well, there it is. So I think it's too small. and too slow. But maybe the speed is changed when we fix it. So let's see. We'll say 0.9 and speed 1.2, and override apply all, and interesting. They're not going small when they get unselected. That's because we didn't do the else here. Else go small. What do I do? All right. There we go. Can you do if 1 equals 1 that or that? No, I don't think you can. Oh, you can? Can you? Oh, well, you can. So can't do it like this. Okay, never mind. All right, go big or go small. And the other thing is that it wasn't happening at the start either. I don't know if I like this actually in practice. Maybe it's just too much. Maybe it just needs to be a little more subdued. 0.95 and 0.5. Let's just see what if we do that. Huh. Well, 0.975, 0.2. Maybe the speed is the issue. What? I don't know. I'm not sure how I feel about this. It's probably like a combination of the speed and the scale that gets me. Yeah, that's probably okay. It's eye candy, right? There's additional movement when things get clicked and there's that movement. So that's good. I think that'll be okay. So that things changing should instantly remove the old, then move the new in at 0.3. Oh, you mean like it would just instantly go down rather than scale down? I see. Well, I think these are fine for now. Yeah. Still, I'm happy with this character creation scene. I think it works pretty well. I do want to add voices, and I do want to eat some food. And the question is, which one do I want to do more? We also need to add flavor text. The flavor text we can get from ChatGPT. Let's check this out. Let's try that. So flavor text is going to be stored in the dictionaries, and we're just going to pull it up here when we hover over any of our things, basically. And we might move it into its own separate panel so that we can hover over stats and classes and stuff and get information about that. Well, that's good. I'm glad you like it. I wanted to do it with 3D characters, but then I was like, nah, because I sell 3D characters and I want you to use my 3D characters. But at the same time, I really want people to start using the game modules. I need to get this V4 out because I think it's gonna be a lot better. I'm gonna take Jason Wyman the other day suggested that he and I sit down and do a code session on this where he could look over what I'm doing and get some ideas for videos and stuff. So I'm going to take him up on it because there's a lot more good things in this, but there's still, of course, a lot more to do. So. Yeah. Okay. Well, I'll have to keep playing with that, but I do want to do some ChatGPT fun action right now. By the way, if you are watching, don't forget to like and subscribe. So the each of the skills and all these things are going to have a dictionary. And I need to remove this property code thing. And this is going to be called it's already there. Flavor text. Add to all armor skills. What? How is this? Being called then? That's odd. This is blank on purpose. In this context, we will use add dictionaries key to scriptural object, which will add all the keys of this type so that they always match. If you get the error, please let me know, as there's a bug to squash. Well, I have foresight, I suppose. I know myself well. What's going on here? What line was that? 597? I guess we just need to do to scriptable object, add dictionary key. Let's see. Oh, did Unity quit on me too? Bastards. Sorry, open. Did I hide it? What happened? What's going on? I don't know what just happened. All right, well, hopefully I didn't lose any work. All right, let's try this again. Armor skills, chain, manage stats, docket, go to dictionaries, copy that, add to all armor skills. It worked. All right, so that squashed a bug. That's fun. And then we're gonna do the string as a text box, and we're gonna just do this to all of these, pretty much. String as a text box, and skills, a string as a text box, hidden stats we don't need, main stats we do need, I believe. Party stats we don't need, and stats I believe, I think we do. All right, so now when we go back to our inspector, in our dictionaries, we've got flavor text right here available for us to use. So let's go to ChatGPT and say new chat. I'm making a RPG fantasy video game that is very classic fantasy RPG. I need short descriptions of things. Can you write me a description of chain armor that is about, I don't know how many characters, 100 characters long. Oh, no, it can't. I have to reload. Okay, there we go. Heavy metal armor made of interlocking rings provide excellent protection. Okay. Okay, can you make it about 200 characters long and more generic about chain armor in general versus a specific one? Oh. All right, that might be too long. Great. Great. Can you make that 140 characters? A tweet. All right. Well, okay. Okay, but this copy will be in the game, so it can't reference the game. It should only reference the chain armor. All right, that's good. All right, so we're just gonna paste this in here, and please write one for leather armor. You know, I like to be polite to the AI. What are you guys talking about? Let's see. All right, plate armor. Please write one for plate armor. Whoops. Write one about shields. I don't really like these, actually. The soldiers and knights, it keeps repeating that. Alright, let's see how it does this. Write one about the magic school called Air Magic. Oh, also known as Aeromancy, really? Well. Well then, you have learned me a lesson, ChatGPT. Write one about the magic school called Body Magic. What? Somatomasi? Is that a thing? Oh my gosh. This one's getting kind of long, but I'll test our UI. That's okay. Earth Magic. Also known as Geomancy. Okay, well, I see where you're going. I see what you're getting at here. This is an easy way to populate data for just generic purposes. Oops. Write one about the magic school called Fire Magic. Pyromancy. Write one about mind magic. Man. Aquamancy. Write one about water magic. Hydromancy. Alright, I guess that makes more sense than Aquamancy. Got the wrong language. Alright, next is Armor Master. Write one about a skill called Armor Master, which improves the player's use of armor. I like how it remembers the type of stuff you've been doing. It keeps the context, I guess, of the conversation going. Okay. Arms Master. So weapons. Well, excuse me, not shields. That would go under the Armor Master, but I can change that. Can I not make this bigger? I can't make that bigger. Gosh darn it. All right, and then bodybuilding. Health and hit points. Not bad, not bad, not bad at all. Earning, which improves, which increases the player's experience earned. Well, we'll cut off that second half. How about that? Okay, meditation. I had Chappie Chi write a children's song about um, my friend's kid. We were making up his nickname. Was a really funny nickname, and it did it, and he just thought it was hilarious and hilarious and hilarious. I don't like that. Keep saying in a game setting. Let's see. Let's actually change this. Skill master of all skills. All right, stop saying a game setting. State it again without in a game setting. Let's see if that works. Instead of character, use hero or something like that. Well, that's better. That's better for shizzle. And spellmaster. Hopefully it remembers my directions. Spellmaster. All magic skills. Whoops, I misspelled something. These are getting longer and longer. I think it's starting to forget the character limit, but that's okay. It's good practice in the end. Almost done. Almost done. Sort of. Let's go back to the armor. Write one about swords. Write one about swords. Remember, 140 characters or so. Alright. Write one about staffs. You know, it's funny. This is like, it feels like I'm going really slow, but the reality is if I was going to write this myself, it would take me much longer in order to just get this stuff out. And I mean, I don't think this is particularly good, but I think it's good enough. Yeah, I could make it short, but I wanted to be more specific. I was hoping it would like try to get everything to as close to 140 as possible, so they all be about the same length. My fear would be like if you did make it short, it might make it a lot shorter, and then you just being, you know, going back and forth with it. But write one about maces. I've even stopped reading these now. I do like these. Whoops. Axes are versatile weapons with a sharp blade weapon. on one side and a heavy, weighty head on the other. Sometimes another blade, but that's okay. We can just go with it. Let's see how it does with... oh, well, we do the other... Let's see. Oh, we have to do the main stats. Alright, so main stats. Write one about the stat accuracy. Your description in your game might be more specific to the mechanics of your game, but we will just go with that. Write one about hit points. Let's see if it knows. Yeah. Close enough. Those mechanics might not be in this game, but that's okay. Write one about luck. Write one about magic points. Mana or spell points. One about might. I think, I don't know. I don't even know what to think about this stuff. It's just so exciting. Right, one about personality. I'm imagining that in the future we're going to have many chat bots to choose from, or at least probably not many, probably like 3. Can you make that shorter and cut out the last sentence? About 140 characters. Is that 140 characters? Can you make that about 140 characters long? Can you make that about 280 characters long? That's more than 2. All right, whatever. You're not perfect. I get it. Can you write one about speed? I bet that the future writers will end up using this. They'll end up using this all the time to do mundane things. I think that in the future, a writer will be training themselves, their own AIs, to write in their voice, and they will be crafting the stories in their head. The AI will write a lot of what they will write out the story, and then they'll go back and redo it by hand or edit it themselves by hand, so that they can focus more time and energy, if they choose, on the actual story and thinking about that. And I think a lot of them will just find a lot of success in doing stuff like that. Okay. We don't need armor class. We don't need those for this demo. But we do need the classes up here. So we need to do item attributes, docket, flavor flav, and character race and gender. We're not going to actually write them out for gender. It's just going to be a blank. All right. And then we write one about the character class archer. Jeez, you're getting longer and longer, ChatGPT. I'm gonna copy that. Write one about the character class barbarians. Oh, I know the monetization strategy. What it tells you, you don't know if it's telling you paid stuff or not. I think it's going to give you ads left and right. And maybe in the future, people will pay to license it to be part of a thing, and stuff like that. Write one about the character class cleric. So people will pay to have it licensed for very specific things. People will pay to have it trained on specific data sets. I think there's going to be all sorts of use cases, and where they actually make real money and where people are willing to subscribe, essentially, because I'm sure it will be subscription. Whoops. Write one about the character class druid. Honestly, I don't know why I would pay to use this right now, to just have it always available. But if it was better and trustworthy and I knew that it was a solid tool, then I would probably pay an annual subscription or something. Write one about knights. That's not really true for my game. This isn't the true about knights for my game, but that's okay. This isn't my game. Write one about the class mage. We have to change the front. There we go. Couple more, 6 more things. Write one about paladins. Write one about the character class scout. I'm sure that they're learning so much about this, about how people use it, just to make it better and all that too. Yeah. Honestly, like I'm serious. I think there will be an opportunity for people to train it in their own style. Like I was talking to my brother who works at Google, and he was talking about how they have a style guide that's insanely specific. It took him 2 years to get certified, and he's like high up there, fairly high up there. And so if they were to train they have an internal apparently chatbot thing, or similar thing for code, but it's trained on their style. So you can imagine if you want to be like, okay, we're going to train this on our style, and it knows what we do and all that. It would be far more efficient than a generic one, which is just knows general purpose information. It might even have access to other like documentation and other things to bring together the questions that people are asking with, bigger questions about the project or past projects and other things. Very interesting stuff, perhaps. Write one about the character race dwarf. Well, that's a little boilerplate stuff, I think. Not boilerplate, but whatever, you know. Write one about the race elf. I do wonder how fast it actually is, because I'm sure they slow it down. Right, one about half orcs. They slow it down for human consumption, I think, because if we knew how fast it could actually operate, we'd probably be like, this is fake. This is fake. It's not real. Too fast. Can't be real. And write one about humans. All right, this should be the last one. And then we can paste it in here. All right, so now we should have access to those. Essentially, we're going to use that hover thing, by the way, Jason. So, you know, turns out I was going to use it all along. I just hadn't realized it yet. To make these, make it show up here. So let's start the basic implementation of that. We'll do it with the things up there. So let's see what we gotta do. All right, race class panel, race, human. We have our character race selector, creation selector is going to also do these. I'm going to make these virtual so I can override them. All right, so now in our race selector, we will say so on pointer enter, we will update the flavor text, but the flavor text needs a reference. We don't know what the flavor text is. The flavor text will know what it is. All right, first let's fix this and add new. So I'm gonna duplicate this. We're gonna call this flavor text flavor panel. Okay, and then we will make sure that we only have the flavor text here, so none of this. And then in the skills panel, we will delete this and make this panel a little bit shorter, and this panel a little bit shorter in the other direction. All right, and let's just press play to make sure we're not messing up our size of things. I don't know if there's any that have more than, I'm sure there's some combination that has, there we go. Okay, so yeah, we can bring it up a little bit more. Not much more, but a little bit more. Oops. Okay, we'll leave it there and see what works. All right, so now the flavor panel is going to All right, we'll just add it here. We'll do a creation scene. Create folder flavor. No, folder. Delete. Create script flavor panel, or just flavor. Well, too late now. Flavor text. And we'll call it flavor text. All right. All right, so we will say public void update text string text. And we need a reference to our text, so public text text, and then we'll just say text.text equals text, so value. And that's pretty much the extent of it right now, so we will just do that. Oh, not the extent of it. We also need to make a static reference to it. So if let me try to remember this off the top of my head. Public static flavor text, and then public or private void awake is going to say if there's no flavor text. Flavor text equals this. Else, if flavor text does not equal this, then destroy this. All right, so now we should be able to access flavor text in our, what button was it? It was the character selector race, using static Infinity PBR modules.demo.flavor text. All right, so on pointer enter flavor text dot text equals nope, flavor text dot update text to be active creation manager dot active player dot actor race dot dictionaries. So let's do what we did over here and make our lives a little bit easier. We are going to do public static string active player race flavor text is going to be creation manager dot active player dot dictionaries, nope, dot active player, or no, we'll just say active, I guess so. Okay, never mind. Active player dot actor race, and we can do a little bit more. Public static game stat active player race. It's going to be that. What's it not? Oh, it's a game stat. And nope. Oh, yes, game item attribute. Those are game item attributes. All right, and active player class, actor class. And while we're at it, active player gender. All right, then we can say active player race dot dictionaries dot get key value flavor text dot value string will give us the first one. All right, and while we're at it, after class flavor text is active player class, and active player gender, flavor text, active player gender. All right. And now back here, we can do just active player oh, this is not right. That's not. We're not looking for the active player. We're looking for this one. Duh. Huh. Let's see. What is our thing? Got clicked. Text.text. Okay, I see. So the text.text is the name, so we can okay, we can do we're using awake. We'll use start. Okay, so for this one, we're gonna have a public or private first item attribute item attribute, and we know the name of it because it's text.text. This is the name of it. Where does that get set? Text must get set somewhere. I don't know. Anyways, doesn't really matter. And then we are going to do on start private void start item attribute equals item attribute repository dot item attribute dot get by name. And it's going to be text.text. That's the name of the item attribute. Then down here on point enter, we can say flavor text dot update text to item attribute dot dictionaries dot get key value flavor text dot value string. Okay, and that should give us the thing we want when we go over it. Let's find out. Did I add that to the right thing? And also, while we're at it, we should turn that off and then go over here, make sure it's on. Oh yeah, so it should just work. Let's find out. Oh, something's up. 45. Maybe we don't have flavor text. Did we not add the script to flavor text? We probably didn't add the script here. Flavor text and flavor text. All right, save, play. All right, so that's too long. We need a better best fit. I think flavor text is best fit. Let's see. It is best fit. Minimum 2. So I don't know why it's not going smaller. Oh, because this is high enough. All right. So we just need to bring the text field down. More reasonable. All right. That'll work. That'll do. And I'm not going to do anything on out because it's I think it would be too jarring to see it leave and come back all the time. Sorry, I just missed the chats. Where are we talking about? Oh, it's a thing for you. Okay. Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate your support all the way from China. I can't wait to see what you make with them. Let's see. What was I doing? I have no idea. Oh, yeah. I'm going to add the same thing to the character class. Yeah. So, character class is character creation class. So it's really just very similar stuff on this. It already has the implementation because it derives from the same parent. So that's good. And we just need to do the flavor text as well. We will make sure this works. And we will do the genders. Whoops. Same modifications. Probably could have put this in the parent class, I suppose. In fact, I might as well. Does that not have access to it? Oh, it needs to be protected, huh? Protected. Okay. And I guess while we're cleaning this up, well, I guess that means this is actually, we can put this on, because they're all item attributes. So this should just be able to go right here. So I guess a lot of this I just could have done on the parent the whole time, I think. All right. Well, that's okay. I would always do more humble bundles if they let me. I was very happy when Nature Manufacture actually invited me to participate with them. I was thrilled and honored to take a part in that. So that was great. But yeah, I think if other publishers are having a humble bundle and they want me to participate, I'll always say yes. I think I need more new content in order to do another one at some point. Maybe not. I think a lot of people are going to be like, hey, this was already in the last one. But, for new people, it's always new. But I think Humble Bundle themselves probably wants to see newer content. I got to fix that bug where that's not big at the start. Yeah. Okay, so those work. Now let's do the stats. And we have stat row, stat row, stat row. So I think anything over the stat row should be good. So let's just see if that will work. We will add a script, create script, stat flavor text. And we will, once it reloads the assemblies, add that there and override apply to all so I don't forget, because I will forget. And do all this. All right, so on this one, what do we know? Do we know? I mean, I guess I can just give it the stat. So in this one, we'll just say public stat, and then we need to have close that, close that, close that, close that, close that. This. And do nothing on that. We'll do some very similar code as to this, so I'm just going to copy it in really. And instead of all that, what we're going to do is stat, dictionaries, flavor text. It's the same code otherwise. And that should be it. Just now it's just populating them. Since we know what stats they are, we can do might and stamina and personality and wisdom and accuracy and speed and the luck. All right, test that before we move on. There it goes. We can still click these, we can still click those, we can still click these, we can still click all those. Everything else is still working. All right, now we just need the last ones are these wonderful skills here. And so to do that, we're doing the exact same thing pretty much, but we need to do it on these prefabs. So let me bring one in. I like to bring the prefabs in when I work on them. I don't know about you. Something about having it there. Skill button. We'll also use the flavor text, and we'll also do this stuff. And we'll also add whatever it needs to be added, and it will also copy and paste this. And while we're at it, do that. And instead of this, what do we have? We have stat. And that should do that. Let's find out. I guess I didn't actually need to edit it at all. There we go. All right, so now the last one you hover over will stay up there. It's just, that's fine. And so now we know what it looks like when the text is really long, when it's short. This is about the right size. 3 lines max, I think, is the right size. Once it gets to 4, it's like, all right, now you're just asking for people to ignore reading it. But that's okay. For this purpose, it's perfectly fine. Look at this, and we got some juice going, and I think these 2 buttons need to disappear when they're not here. I think I want to add that. I want them to fade in and out, so when you select it, they turn on. When you unselect it, they fade out. Maybe these will turn blue when they're thinking. Oh, and I still need to do the click here. Like if you click this, you can change the name. Those should be clicking, but they're not. I'm not sure why. Anyways, I'm getting hungry though, so I need to leave you all now. And I know it's very sad, and I apologize, but it's been 4 hours and 11 minutes. And this is why I know that I should not have my day job. I could do this for 8 hours straight and be content and happy and have fun. But my day job, I can't. 8 hours straight, and I'm like, I'm done. This is I'm over it. So soon enough. Soon enough, maybe. We'll see. All right, everyone. Thanks for hanging out. Don't forget to like and subscribe. If you are interested in the game modules, which is what I'm basically working on, please go to Infinity PBR, not Gitbook. That's this documentation. InfinityPBR.com. You can see the documentation on Gitbook.io, which is wonderful. I don't know why it's not loading. Click over here to the See All Assets. Go to the asset store with my affiliate link, and I appreciate you using the affiliate link. It actually really does help out. If you buy anything on the asset store, it gives me a little boost, and I definitely appreciate that. Go ahead and find the game modules you can search for, or it should be somewhere in the list here. Oh my gosh, is it on page 3 now? Somebody needs to buy it. Okay, it's on page 3 now, but game modules. This is the latest version. It's been around for a year and a half or so. When did it first release? It first released April 3rd, 2021. So it's been over a year and a half. V4 is what I'm working on right now, and it's going to be even better than the current version. So check it out. And thank you very much. Have a great day.